Alright, welcome back. This is Sane. We're gonna do a another live stream. It's me creating builds. I was recently trying to understand Trials Rising's corruption data. And it doesn't make any sense because of the corruption data. Yeah, the corruption data is something else. Well, that was just something that I was trying to do there. And also, what we're gonna do. I was taking a look at some guy, Eli. Oh, I can't check it out here. There's something I was checking out for someone named Eli, the computer guy. I'll just throw it in the stream so you can see it in full screen. Just some Python, actual script, actual coding. I just wanted to throw that, just show that a little bit. "32 minutes. 32 minutes, huh? This is a little level I made a long time ago. We're gonna be playing some creations in the editor. So again, I'm gonna do a disclaimer. Anyone who's using this program, you're gonna save as, don't save over, or you will lose your save data. It's obviously not that bad because obviously people wouldn't be using it. I'm playing on the Xbox Series X. So usually tracks are gonna be like this. We're not gonna have that much detail, which is, okay, I guess, alright. I'm obviously using this program for my own personal projects, so And I'm just gonna make my build. My Twitch and Jill over there in that one screen down in the bottom left-hand corner. And this bike is so heavy. I've been playing this other game called Trials Fusion, which is 100,000 times better than this game. That was a good trick. It seems like this game is kind of dead. It seems that all like the latest tracks are like not built properly, and then the ninjas are actually made decently well. So you have that as well. But I prefer Trials Fusion 100% over this. Now if I touch my front wheel, I'm dead. In Trials Fusion, it's actually easier in Trials Fusion to do this type of stuff. The bike is more agile. It's not stiff. It's not like a stiff robot. Yeah. It's really hard to maneuver with this bike, because it's a really stiff robot. I don't know what else to describe it. Oh my goodness, really? And then there are fans who literally only play this game and they don't play Trials Fusion. It's just crazy. Like Trials Fusion is, especially on next gen console, is gold tier. Like it's just amazing how well that game runs. I'm actually pretty surprised. I'd rather play that than play this. It's a harder track, but I think it's good. And try the San Pedro. Well, this track looks really good. But again, the stiffness of the bike just makes it hard to maneuver. If this was Trials Fusion, this obstacle would have been pretty easy. But I almost like I have to adjust between the new physics. It's kind of bad, actually. You know? Yeah. This is why I recommend doing this in Trials Fusion. It's just so much better. Trials Fusion, I'm doing Ninja level 5s and Ninja level 6 grinds. Because that game is so smooth and so precise and so good. Compared to the frame rate inconsistency of this editor. Or just this game. Now this is gonna screw me up when I go back to Trials Fusion. This game you just have actual sticky tires. It's actually crazy. I'm guessing that's not a brake bounce. Oh, this game. I'm just gonna brake bounce it. See, I can't touch that. This bike is so heavy. It's crazy, actually. Heavy and stiff. No suspension whatsoever. You know, in Trials Fusion, you can't get away with any of this. Slow climbing stuff. It actually takes way more skill. Getting screwed because there's a gap in between the log. Yeah, that gap right there is pretty bad. You can minimize the level of frustration for the player to make a more smoother approach. Now I have to adjust because there's a bump there. Yep. And then that's how you have like difficulties, inconsistencies on the track, where one part of the track is going to be harder than the rest because you were too lazy to final touch it, to optimize it a little bit better. And a lot of games, and a lot of people make this mistake, including myself as well. I think that checkpoint was a little bit luck-based, I would say. It's all about not hitting the bump. Jeez. Maybe if I full send it? No, I need to jump. Because I'm overshooting this, that's why. Well then, I guess there's something down there. Yeah, getting stuck. Getting stuck is probably the worst thing that can happen to you in this game. Just bad track development. Yep. Not a big fan of that. Well, this game is so magnetic. It's actually blowing me away. How magnetic it actually is. When you play Trials Fusion, none of this exists. Oh, and we had a frame rate drop. I don't know if you noticed that. Yeah, this magnetic tire stuff is crazy. I think that's the end. So far was a good track. I'll even give it a favorite. I think that's when it comes to top tier track designs is going to be like that. Good decoration, somewhat great driving line. It's gonna. It's like the Jamaican X tracks I've been playing recently on Trials Fusion, which is they're just really good tracks, you know, with really good decoration, like 5-star decoration, I would say. One's actually not bad too. I don't see a checkpoint. Checkpoints are long. We're getting screwed because of the physics. Yeah, the physics are really screwing me up in this game. I'm gonna die because of the physics. Okay, there is a checkpoint. That's a back wheel only obstacle. Oh boy. I think I might call it quits here. I'm not really a big fan of back wheel, front wheel in this game. I think it's pretty dumb. Yeah, that's a pretty long front. And this is what I mean about track consistency. This track was a 2-wheel track and all of a sudden you just threw a curveball in my face. You know? A lot of players will probably quit because of that. Like, a lot of players will quit because they're just not expecting to have a back wheel only section in the middle of a 2-wheel track. You know? Like, a lot of people came to play a Ninja, not jump around on a circus, you know? Yeah, that's pretty bonkers. fan of the transition as well. Transition is bad. I may quit, I'll just give this a few more tries. It was looking like a good track. It has very basic decoration. Yeah, I'm done. Sorry. No thank you. I mean, it looked like a cool track, but it didn't turn out to be. I think this track is still amazing. And this track is not bad. So I think when it comes to making a track, you should follow this formula. Because the last favorite was all the way over here. You know what I'm saying? That's a good track to make. This track was good, but at the same time I didn't like it. It was still a good track. There's a lot of animations, but I don't know. I just like these track and this track. There was a little bit more lighting and decency quality to it. Yeah, that's just what I think. It's not what I think, it's what I know. I know what a good track is like. I can judge a track and say, okay, this is a good track, this is a good track, and this one's not. Because you can see it with your own eyes. It looks good, and it plays well at the same time. No. At least there are a few good builds left in this game. People are still building some good builds, but I'm hoping they're not over-saving their files. I'm hoping that they are, you know, saving as, so they don't delete their... It doesn't... The game will delete your save data, because it has a very consistent data corruption, and that's, again, broken code. As I showed in the beginning of the video, a Google document about broken code. This program has a bunch of broken code. Code that is conflicting. Code just conflicts each other. Meaning you script something for whatever coding language you do, and then the code doesn't work because it conflicts with the other code as you're coding something. And every time you script or code something, you gotta test out the script or code. If something's not right, if the saving issue corrupts, and then it's frequent too. It's not like once in the blue moon. It's a frequent thing that's happening. So chances are your game sucks. And you gotta fix it, or a lot of people are gonna leave. Well, I mean, a lot of people have left already. The only people that are left are the hardcore fans, including myself. That's it. And a lot of community and developers don't like what I have to say, but I'm like, when you make a colossal failure of a level or a game, you know, like another example is Halo Infinite. You know, that's another game that has a creator, like a little Forge mode thing. That game is worse. And then somewhat's better than the original. So there's some things in Halo Infinite that makes it better, but things that make it worse at the same time. Same thing with this editor. There are things in this editor that are really bad, and at the same time make it really good. So then you're kind of like 50-50 with explaining things. But it's not a 50-50 game. It's below average when it comes to editing in both of the games. Halo Infinite and this game are below average. I would say Halo Infinite is worse in that regard. It's worse. So the only thing you could really do in Halo Infinite is make good aesthetic looking maps. And that's it. That's all you could do. It's a multiplayer map editor. This game is more like a track scene editor. And I'm making and then you can make skill games. So why can you make skill games? Well, I mean, back then when Red Links created the editor, people were making like chess and checkers and these weird little tiny mini games, pretty much mini games within the game. And so I took the editor and was like, why don't I just make first-person adventures or something like that? Because Red Links actually made that. If it wasn't for Red Links making it, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be here making this stuff. As much as their company failed, and I'm going to call them out because all their previous titles, including Blood Dragon, were perfectly fine when it comes to performance and bugs. It's only this game they face planted with, which is unfortunate. And it's not just this game that plateaued into the floor. It's a wide range of games. It's the whole theory that like gaming sucks nowadays. Gaming is not as it used to be. Is because a bunch of games decided to plateau at the same time. Not all of them, but most of them. And so you think modern gaming, the whole term modern gaming, comes into play, and you think it's bad. And in somewhat it is. In somewhat it is bad. But, I mean, that's how it is, I guess. That's how it is. I know every time I start these videos, I go into a little bit of a rant, but, you know. This program has potential, just like Halo Infinite. But problem is, the game is not reliable. That's why I keep saying a disclaimer. Like, if you use Halo Infinite, if you use... Imagine using Minecraft or something for that matter, and then Minecraft has a saving issue for your map. So if somebody spends months making something and then, it just deletes on itself. And it doesn't matter how many backup saves you make. Anything that saves the save state current file, everything deletes. That's what this game has. Halo Infinite also has a saving error as well, but it's not as bad as this game. And this game happened to me 5 times. 5 times. I'm insane to still use it because I found a workaround. That's the only reason why I'm still here. Only reason. I would have been gone a long time ago. Only reason why I'm still here. It's crazy the amount of inconsistencies this editor has. And all of that could have been course corrected with testing. When I start making video games, I'm not going to make the same mistake that Red Links did. I'm going to test my stuff. I'm going to make sure it works properly. I'm not going to release a product that tortures people with agony because I was too lazy to develop the script or the program. Whatever that may be. It's not fair for the player to have to suffer like that. Because the developers didn't want the time to fix it, and then the developers are going to cry and be like, oh, game development is so hard. I'm like, bruh, the player is suffering because you didn't decide to code your level properly. That's why when somebody plays your game, you can find out who are the assholes and who are not the assholes. Like for someone like me, I usually like giving things a chance. And then if that doesn't really work out, then I might be a little mean when it comes to criticizing somebody's game or something. I think the only time that I'm mean is when something catastrophic happens, like your game deleted my save data, which is a big no-no. That says 0 out of 10 potential your game can suffer from me. I don't give a shit how much development time your game had. The moment your game deletes my save data is the moment where your game is not reliable. It's not reliable whatsoever. Yeah, I'm not a really big fan of that. So this boulder. So I just gotta point that out there. I'm gonna turn on my AC. The mic's gonna sound like crap. This microphone I have is not very good. Just a USB microphone. I guess it does the job, but I'm trying to save up for a better one. Possibly in the future. Like the amount of times I test my own stuff. It's crazy, and then I make mistakes too. I'm not perfect. Like I just played someone else's creations. That San Pedro track was well designed, you know? There was a few inconsistencies with certain parts of the track, but overall, it was still an amazing track, you know? You know, I gave it a favorite and a like. Means that I really liked the track that was being built there. And the same thing with the other one by DA. And DA always makes good tracks. He has a consistent quality. Oh, I'm getting screwed here with the level design. Yeah, I'm getting pretty screwed here with the level design. Yeah, I'm going to collide with this area here, with this next part. Okay, so I have to like divert my cave. So instead of going straight, I gotta angle it. So I have to recorrect the level a little bit. Okay, so this is gonna be a little tricky because I have to like cut. So I'm gonna have to start curving it immediately then. It's not gonna follow the remake material, which kind of sucks. Yeah. It's fine though. A little bit of a problem there. Gotta try to do something here. We don't know how big the floor is. The floor is colored what, custom? Yeah, I think that's the biggest lesson I can learn from playing these games is don't do the same mistake, and you won't be able to afford the same mistakes. The only reason why I think Red Links can afford it because they're partnered up with a AAA publisher and developer, Ubisoft. So even if the company becomes bankrupt, it's still owned and distributed by Ubisoft. So you have that avenue, I guess, of kind of making mistakes in a way. So you won't be a completely total loss. Let's see, I can wrap this around. So the boulder, actually, you know what, I have to... That's fine. No, maybe that's not fine. We're gonna just copy this. Copy and paste this. Call that a main archway. So our level follows a distinct path. This. So we can delete that. Probably course correct like that. I'm gonna delete these lights. I'm just gonna have to see what I'm doing. I'm gonna make sure that this isn't crop. This isn't clip, I mean. Well, there's a cliff thing here. That ain't good. What happens if we delete this? What happens? Wonder what happens. Nothing happens, but I guess. This we're good. We're cutting it close here. This thing is blocking our view. I don't know why there's the way these decals work in this game, they're kind of like bad because they leave like a streak line. I wish they could like program it a little bit better. You know, when you like hide icons, it hides the primal shapes 38 and then the line. Or make an option on this, because there's a wheel and you can select based on the wheel. There should have been an option to hide certain icons so they don't polarize the view. You know what I mean? Like hide all coding. Or even better, hide all indicators. Doesn't matter if you're doing script or shapes, there should have been an option to hide everything. There's an option to hide the icons, like the invisible walls, the cameras, the tools. You can hide that, but there's no option to hide all those little tiny. The reason why there should have been an option, because then you can go into fine detail. Because I don't know if you noticed, I made like these paintings with various shapes and stuff, like realistic paintings, and I have to put the icons 100 miles away so I can actually see what I'm doing. Because when there's too many icons in one area, it's so hard to see. You know what I mean? Like, what happens if you're trying to detail something here and you have like position Y, position X, position Z, position coordinates all over your screen and you can't see what you're doing? There's no option to hide that. So that is another problem with this editor, where you should have scripted something to hide these ID tags, and I'm going to call them ID tags. Hiding ID tags would be nice. You know? Object Finder. Show connectors. You see? Show connectors, don't show connectors. Show connectors, don't show connectors. Statistics overlay. This is usually for optimization. No statistics overlay. On and off, on and off. Editor settings. You know? More options. You know, it would have been better. Track layers. Let's say if that is in track layers. The only thing that's available in track layers are locked, physics, and visible. And I've already tested this out in track layer. I tried putting... there was a build where I put script on one layer, decals on another layer. Ryan? I wonder where I did that on, actually. Can I rename this? No. I'm gonna leave that on. Rookie. Can I rename this? Properties. Rename layer. I'm gonna call it ID tags. Okay, so ID tags layer. Okay, so let's just make an example. I want to see if this works or doesn't work. Okay, I'm just going, this is a group though. We're gonna do these. Something that's not a group. Something I won't be using again. Okay. I'm just gonna throw this. No. Alright. I'm just gonna make a set of code. I'm not gonna touch any of that code. I'm just gonna throw a bunch of stuff in. I'm actually just gonna throw a group of logic together or something. Okay, we're gonna throw a bunch of effects. Maybe something with a bunch of decals. Okay, let's just say this. Let's grab this contraption. There's a million decals here. Okay. This is the one group asset. Okay. So we're going to say this is ID tag. Layer ID tag. Okay. Now, object finder. Nope. Layers. Now, if it's on a different layer, can I still use it? That's the one question. Oh, I can't select it because I've said don't select. Yeah, that's like it won't let me select stuff. Probably gonna have to have a new save file for that one. But I don't know if this is actually gonna stay as the map. It probably will, right? All the layers, right? You have all these individual track layers. What does that mean? What does this indicator mean? I'm guessing this is physics? Why would you have a layer for that? It looks like it's giving me an indication of a block and then with arrows down, so I'm guessing it's physics because it looks like this icon right here. Right here, you see? That is a physics-based icon right there. Physics event, right? And then when you go into track layers, that icon right there on the third column, beside the lock symbol and the eyeball symbol, there's a same icon. Do you see? It's a diamond-shaped square with arrows falling down. That's what I'm assuming that's based on. You know, if there was like a chain link type of icon, then you can chain link your layers together, but I think they're automatically chain linked. So I'm guessing you can put stuff 2 layers, right? So in a Trials track editor, I don't usually use this because I put everything high in the sky. You know what I mean? And there's an option to hide almost everything anyway, but I guess we found another workaround with the ID tags, where if you just put the ID tags on a separate layer and just say, you know, we're going to hide the ID tags, then we can actually, you know, but the problem is it hides everything under that layer, so what you probably needed to do, this is just an example, is just hide the ID tags itself, right? And still keep the level design there. So I can go up to the group and say default, default, and just say and then maybe select a few of these, which I can't select. Actually, I'm just gonna select those. And just, I guess you can group them. You cannot group because I have to be in the same layer. I thought they were in the same layer. Default? Default? No, well, I can't even select that. Why is it doing that? Yeah, it won't let me select ID tags. Group. You won't be able to. Oh yeah, we can select layers. ID tags. Layer. Then I guess more ID tags show up. So you have that, you could say, a different type of layer system. So I don't know, I'm not really used to the ID tag layer too much. Because I just put everything high in the sky above the level, you know, and then I put the level down below, and I put all my coding work that I've done with the game. Where is it again? I put all the coding work there, save the map as a template, build a level up in the sky, you probably wouldn't want to have the lights in a different layer because I mean, just to layer things more consistently would probably be a little bit better. Maybe put every, like, layers of ID tags. So you could probably say, but then it just ruins the whole track itself. So anything that you don't want to see on the level, I guess, you can ID tag it. You know what I mean? I think it's only really useful for the ID tags because let's just say you have a bunch of texture decals on the level and you take off the texture decals, it will untexture the surface of the map. You know what I mean? Like right here, there's going to be a decal around the whole level, which is this. It decals the whole level. If I put this under ID tags, and then I go to layer and I turn off ID tags, the texture gets removed from the level, but it removes the ID tag. You understand? If I turn it on, the texture goes back. So for removing the ID tags, the layer system counteracts that. But when it comes to decals, since decals has an ID tag, if you remove the ID tag, you also remove the texture. So what happens if you spent, let's just say, a few hours detailing an area with layers and layers of texture to make something look realistic or something, but then you have too many ID tags in the area, even though if you hide all the options and everything, the ID tags still show up, but you want the decals to stay. That's what I'm talking about. So there is a tool to hide the ID details, but there is no tool to hide just the ID tags itself, but keep the textures left behind. And that's where I think the coding error happened. I had to show you and explain everything so you have a visual representation of what I'm doing here. You know what I'm saying? So I just gave you, and people could probably even learn from stuff like this. So we're going to delete this because this was just a little demo, you could say. So right here we're having light count in this area has been reached. So when that happens, there's going to be like a little flashy boxes on your screen, and that means that lights are not working properly. And right here you can see active objects is 4,000. Visible lights is 61, and visible microblocks, active lights. So the red means usually it's bad, but since we're on the high tier console standard, the higher the machine you have, the less of an effect on your FPS it's going to have. So if you have a 4090 amazing PC build or a server build on a PC, you're not going to feel anything. But if somebody with a low rig console or a low rig PC plays this map, it may crash their console because they won't be able to handle the complexity of the map, because this map was built on a higher machine, so a lower machine won't be able to handle it. So the statistics overlay can really tell you what is wrong and what is not wrong. It's giving me an indication. So the maximum amount of physics objects exceeded in this area, this does not apply to us because we're not using the bike and rider. We're using a custom character. So the red indicator right here doesn't apply to us. That is, I wish you can even turn that off. Can you turn that off? Because the maximum amount of physics objects exceeded in some areas. Having those indicators is great, but I want it to be turned off as well. I wonder if there's an option to turn that off, actually. It's just, you need to have options like this, because there is even an option to turn off in the editor settings. There was a map on the right hand corner. I'm going to turn it on. So that's the map plane of the world. I don't know how big it is in size, but it's pretty massive. There's a altitude, and so there's a floor, there's a ceiling, and there's an orbital, or maybe it's a cube, I'm not sure, of space you have to build in, and that's giving you the indication, even the orientation on the map, you see? I don't need the map. I'm going to turn it off because I made a base plate. This is my cursor sensitivity. You could do rotation, snap degrees, work plane, snap distances, drive and line opacity, invert your y-axis, adaptive brightness, focus camera, button visibility, so I can turn on the button visibility. And I have all, it's for new players that are not familiar with the editor, that don't know what all the buttons do, right? And then when you hold the multiplying button, right, the multi-select button, I mean, more options pop up, so it's for new players, right? But since I made so many builds within this engine, I have this memorized. I don't need this. This just adds another layer of blocking the screen, so I have an option to remove it because I already have that memorized. You know what I mean? Able camera effects, visualization, display visual effects that were applied to the game camera while editing. I don't think that's these hidden text values. Display visual effects that were applied to the game camera while editing. So, meaning that anything that's applied to the game character will be applied to your actual camera while editing as well. That's what I'm getting from. Keep camera position after testing track. So I'm guessing this will keep the camera position to your game camera, will auto-correct to the camera, it will not reset. That's what I'm thinking. You know. And then show fake bikes. This is if you're making an actual track. It will show a bunch of fake bikes for testing. I don't think there is an option to turn off the that area. So you have like a bunch of different yeah, bunch of different options here. But I would like to have an option, and this is like the game options. No, I mean, you want the most minimum of options when you're making a track. Like even these arrows on the left and right hand side of the screen, even those can be opacitized. Even the active layer, you can eliminate the borders and just have active layer and probably add it somewhere else. You can have that play button, you know, when it goes to, right now it's 2 dashes, then it's going to be a triangle. That's for animations or physics or whatever. You can have that very small on this top. The total complexity meter is broken in this game. It's the total complexity of something, but it's not the track file size, because there is a limit. The limit for this editor on my console is when the meter reaches the Y. Close to in the middle of the T and the Y. It'll give me an indication saying the track file size is near the limit, or something is near the limit. And when that happens, I'm unable to save the file, because I'm guessing for some sort of corruption stuff, or maybe I'm running out of memory. So it's giving me an indication for that. So that's the track complexity. And I would probably just eliminate the background entirely, right? And just have it up in the corner and say total, I would just even call it complexity. Total memory space. Just call it total memory space of the entire level, right? And just put it up there and then have the bar coincide with that. So if the track if the track meter was working properly, then the meter would calculate all the way to the end. And I'd even throw in a percentage in there, like 2%, 3%, 4%. It would be a little bit harder to script based on mathematics, but it's an accumulative mathematic where you have the bar, and then you can show the percentage of the bar, and maybe even have an option to mess around with the HUD settings, like put certain things in certain directions of the screen. You know what I mean? Like, there was so much innovation they could have done with the game. Even that option, I can have decal options in the map. I can turn off the IDs while still keeping the textures active. That's probably one of the reasons why I don't really use the track layers, because there's no use for me. You know what I mean? Because I just showed you with a track example. I wanted to just hide the ID tags, but keep the textures, but I couldn't. You understand? So that's just one way of saying it. One way of doing it, I guess. But all these are the default layers, obviously. I would say maybe layers would be very good if you want to like make a very detailed level with decals or something. maybe like a painting or something. I have no idea. But even that will be kind of hard to do because it's not like you're using Photoshop or something that's has more professional tools at your disposal, because I use Photoshop and stuff like that, and it's 100,000 times better than this. This is like prehistoric compared to Photoshop tools, you know what I mean? So it's like bare bones, you know? It's almost like using the Blender modeler. The Blender modeler is good, but the Blender program itself is actually an engine. It's a gaming engine. You could do animation. It's very similar to Trials, actually. You could do animations. You could do scripting. You can do coding. You can have sliders. It's almost like Unity, but it's way more complicated because it's the most primitive of gaming engines is Blender. And it's free. It's completely open source. It's free. But it takes a lot more work. But then I'm guessing if you want to minimize the workload, you're going to have to script. You're going to have to code your own tools to speed up the process of building, if that makes sense. And if for someone who doesn't know anything about coding and know nothing about scripting, they're going to look at that cube screen and just run away and delete the program. 90% of players, 90% of people that download Blender and use it will quit because it's not user-friendly whatsoever. And that's a bad marketing program. You always want a program that has a preset of tools that have you engaging inside of the program and then have the Pro Tools on the side. So you're going to have like a bunch of pre-scripts and pre-made models to get people who are new to it, who have a love and a passion, who want to get into it, and then have pro stuff for them later on. You know what I mean? That's a good program. You know what I mean? Like Trials, I guess, tries to do that by giving you set pieces and set assets, and then you have Pro Tools. Halo Infinite should reconsider that. I mean, it kind of does have that, but at the same time it doesn't. It's kind of like convoluted. It's getting better. It's getting better. At least they show you the objects now, rather than just being like a schematic of an outline of something in Halo 5, which was horrible. Now they actually show you the object representation. Maybe in the next game they can even have you so you can rotate, because in this game every time you select an object, if it's a script, it tells you the script, it tells you the complexity of the mass, the hit points, its breakable, physics, color. This is for like new players to start to get used to it, you know what I mean? And then you can do all the custom innovation stuff after. So this is the tools. It's just having more well-presented menus, because at the end of the day, we're using a program to build our levels. We're not coding everything from scratch. As a game developer myself, I'm really want to see more better UI interfaces for this sort of thing. And it's just like in here, when I select an object, it rotates the object for me. I can stop it, and then with the right stick I can change the color on the fly and then see, oh, maybe I want to use this object. Oh, there's a different variation, different size, maybe I can see it. Is it reflective? And maybe even have like more options there, like maybe hit the Y button or something while in the menu, and then hit like more options or pro options, and it'll be like, is this option reflectable? What are the reflection parameters? What are these parameters? What are those parameters? And then you can be like, oh, maybe I should use this, or maybe I should use this object. But this is just in video game design terms, this is just a model. Somebody modeled this, put it in the editor, and you can now use it. You can modify it and all this other stuff. Just like a modeler in any modeler, you have to first model this, and then you can apply a texture to it, and then you ship it as a model. But you also gotta, in this game, you can't really know how many polygons this has, how many faces. So then when you're importing all these models, you don't know what the poly count is. So when your level starts to lag, maybe the complexity is calculating how many polys an object has, or an asset. The mass It could be indicating on the mass as well, but I'm not sure. But it's just having more options, I would say, is much better for a program. And that's the reason why I use this program, because I again, it's almost like using Minecraft or Dreams or Halo or Gary's Mod or what's that other one called? What's that other game that everyone plays? Roadblocks or whatever. In Roadblocks, you can make your own games in that, and there you can script. I think you can even use Python and C++, and all. Roadblocks is a game for kids, and I think somebody made Grand Theft Auto San Andreas on that game, exactly looking like the game. And you don't earn any money from that, I don't think. This is just all like learning how to do stuff, and I mean, a lot of children and a lot of teenagers and even young adults, they can, use those programs as startup programs, or they can go right into professional game design. But I mean, as for me, I never wanted to become a game developer. I just started making maps for Trials in Halo, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I actually like this thing. I actually like doing this. Maybe I should be a game developer. And so I started doing modeling. I started using ZBrush. I started using Blender. I started using Unity, and starting to screw around with that. And I'm maybe I like this sort of thing. And then that's just the journey, Like, the only reason why I got into game development is because I started making maps on Halo and Trials. And then I had an interest into developing my own games. It's a lot more work, of course. Not everything's like preset here, but it's very, very similar. So when you make something here, it should be similar, but different at the same time. In a professional editor, you have all the tools that are unlocked for you, and you can do whatever you want. You can customize the graphics, you can customize the lighting, you can customize the scripting. You could even code stuff. Every time you... So right here in this editor, as I said, if you script something, I can't see the code for this. In Unreal Engine or Unity, when you script something like this, it shows you what the code is. It tells you what coding languages, because it's probably a mixture of different coding languages combined together. And then coding nowadays is so much easier because you have a coding library. So when you start coding, the AI will think, oh, do you want this code? It's almost like a spell check, but for coding. It's almost like writing stuff, and then the spell check will probably tell you to do, oh, you want a punctuation here, or you want to spell something in a certain way or something like that. Just stuff like that, when it comes to reading, like the whole like capitalization and punctuation, that stuff is over my head, because to me it doesn't make any sense, because it's just a bunch of words on a screen. It doesn't relate well with me. It's not like real life where somebody has an emotion and they say something out of context or in context. It's not really like that. But I think the major issues with this game is obviously the saving issue, hiding these indicators on the screen, because it can be very, very annoying, you know what I mean? And the ID tag situation. I mean, there is a way to hide the ID tags, right? But permanently hide them and still keep the textures is something. So that's a bit of another a real constructive criticism rant that I went on a little bit using this program. I would say it's just like I don't know how many people were in charge to make Trials Rising. Am I the only one who thought about this? And it's just crazy. Like, what type of quality control has this game gone through? It's almost like they skipped all these steps. When a game turns out to be an atrocious nightmare or a colossal failure, you can say, like this game. Even though this game doesn't look like a colossal failure, it is, because I lost 5 builds because of data corruption. That's out of my control. Like, I did nothing. I didn't switch hard drives. I didn't do any of that. It just corrupted on its own. And that right there, even on the next gen console, it corrupted the data. Several builds in, you know what I mean? It wasn't just the first build, it was several builds in. And I don't know what I did wrong. It never happened again because I've been saving as again. So when I save a track, I save it 001, 002, 003, 004, but you can only save so much until you get an error saying that you can't save anymore. So, like, I got an error message here. And I think it's here, actually. Yeah, right here. Saving track failed. Unable to save the track. You have the maximum number of tracks on your current storage device. Please remove existing tracks or change storage device. And I just had 100 saves. So in total, I had 100 and maybe 200 saves. Because the other maps, I would say, since the loading bar is there, I probably had 50 more maps. So you could probably only save 100 or 200 times. Or maybe 300 times, I'm not sure. But when you get an error message like this, and then you have the file track is near the limit, you see it up there, is near the limit. So you're going to have the regular message, the physical body stuff, and then you're going to have track file size near the limit. It's behind. You can't really see it that well, but it's behind. So you have the limit, and then we don't see the bar, but my complexity bar was at the Y. The total complexity was at the Y, and then you get a message like this. And then you start losing faith in the development team for this game. Be like, why was it so bad? Why didn't you fix it? Now the players have to be tortured to use the program. That's the reason why nobody plays this game anymore. That's the reason why there's barely... It all looks like a ghost town on the Track Central, on the Playing New Creations. Because of stuff like this. You know, sometimes you gotta show it, because seeing it equals believing it, you know. So I gotta go use the washroom and I'll be back, but sometimes you gotta show the bullshit. You gotta see the bullshit. You know? People get upset at me when I expose this hypocrisy, the reality, how torturous it is to do something with this program. I still love doing it, but some people just need to wake up, open their eyes, and see what I'm saying is right. Because I have like videos on my main channel, the Master 9000, where I wasn't really nice. I was actually raging, where I described the third time around where it deleted one of my Zelda maps, and then the game was running at 2 frames per second, and that was on the Xbox One. And then there was getting the Xbox Series X, being a couple of builds in, I ran into a language bug. And then on the next build, I was working on a Residence build, which I finally did it again. I got this data corruption. It will show up. I got another screenshot. It's like a data corruption error. I have it on a video. It will show corruption data. Cannot play your map. It's going to be like track corrupted, and it's going to. I even show you that there was like a bunch of save files that I had, but I oversaved them. You know what I mean? So I had like 3, I used to oversave 3 files, and sometimes I used to do one, and then the other, and then the other. So I was thinking, oh, maybe if this one deletes the other one, no, I was wrong. And a couple of creators like Swell came in and were like, oh, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Well, I mean, your game fucking sucks. That's probably why it doesn't work. That's just factual. But yeah, I'm going to leave it here. This, again, it was in the beginning I was a little bit ranting, and now I'm a little bit ranting again. I should focus on my build, but I've just been noticing things that I could work around. If I made this game, I would have fixed all these errors with my development team. I would have gone the extra mile, even if I was being paid minimum wage, just to make the game an 8 or a 9 out of 10. Maybe I won't be able to get rid of the microtransactions, but at least fix the damn game. At least make it somewhat enjoyable. The players won't care if there's a graphical glitch here and there. That doesn't matter. But overall, it will affect the final rating of the game. So when someone gives you a game a 1 out of 10 or a 2 out of 10, then chances are your game sucks. And you gotta reflect, be like, okay, what did I do wrong as a developer? Was I why was I just prioritizing? I can't say that word now. Graphics over gameplay, gameplay over graphics? Was I conflicting the two? Am I trying to make a game that has good gameplay, that looks graphically nice, that runs well, has a good story? Am I making a game just playing for fun, emphasizes on fun? Am I making a game that looks good, but plays like crap? Am I making a game that targets a specific audience? Am I making a game to screw people over? You have to, like, talk to yourself like this. Like, what am I doing? What game am I trying to make? Not every game has to have a story. Not every game has to have good graphics. Not every game has to have, I would say, maybe good gameplay. If it's a story game like The Walking Dead, for instance. That game has an amazing story. The gameplay is not that great, but it doesn't have to be that great because the main focus was the story. You know, The Walking Dead is a prime example of that. But if a game is supposed to be based on gameplay and the gameplay sucks, then that's not a good game. And people are going to complain about it. Right? So, as a game developer, I'm always going to be cautious and curious and actually reading my reviews. And you don't want to listen to all the reviews. Some of them are complete bullshit. Some people are just pieces of crap. Like that new game, The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. An amazing game. Wow, 9 out of 10. There's a lot of frame rate problems with the game. Really bad frame rate problems. Because it's such a massive game, right? 100 plus hours. And the game has a few prehistoric gameplay inconsistencies, but I think that's just my opinion. Maybe more faster gameplay, more fluent gameplay for Tears of the Kingdom maybe would have been a little bit better, because then you can make the game harder and you can make the game more tactical and skill-based, because you took the time to make a more fluent game where you can actually have movement. You're not like a stiff character. You're so stiff. But if you're trying to make a game realistic like Resident Evil, you probably want the character to trip over a shadow every now and then, but you don't want to make it too restrictive where it becomes torturous, meaning the gameplay is bad. So maybe you can have a game that feels realistic, but at the same time is fine-tuned. So every time you do an animation, you got to fine-tune your animations to make them more fluent and more lifelike. Or fine-tune your scripting so it works properly. Or fine-tune the environment so it looks a little bit better polished. You always want the polishing stages of your work. And I usually hate, because I make this stuff on Twitch, right? It's usually a 0 viewer special on there because I don't have a lot of followers. When I'm in the middle of building something, or just starting to build something, people come in and be like, it looks like crap. Well, duh, it looks like crap. I just started. You know what I mean? But then when the map starts getting good, these people stay away. It's almost like you're self-contradicting yourself by coming in and making fun of someone's work, saying it's crap, even though they're in the process of actually building it. I think that's the problem with the internet too, is the internet will, when you're building something live, like me, I'm professional, I've been doing this stuff for years, so it doesn't faze me. But for someone that's younger, when you're like, oh, check out my Minecraft build, guys, I think it's really good, and then a guy comes in and you're like, that stuff, that your map fucking sucks, bruh, it sucks. And so the other kid will probably be crying, probably throw his controller across the room or something, and thinking that he's worthless, because the other asshole came in and saying that it sucks when he was building it. So that's why criticism in that regard is wrong. People will say it's criticism, try to mask their approach saying that it's criticism, even though they're trying to piss you off and they're trying to just straight up be an asshole. There are certain people online that get high off treating someone else like crap. That makes them feel good. I don't know how treating someone like crap makes you feel good in life. Those people need help. Those people need to seek therapy. You know, those people are not good people. It's like there's always a distinguish between a good person and a bad person, right? Some people think that I'm a bad person because they only saw the critical side of me when I'm criticizing a game. Like right now, I'm criticizing the game in a proper manner. In a few of my other spicy videos, I was kind of like in the moment. I was pissed because I lost a month worth of work. Like I'm mad. Like I'm really mad. Like I'm gonna throw a table across the room mad. Which you shouldn't do, because the moment you throw the table across the room, first of all, you just broke your table. Second of all, you just scared everyone in the house. And third of all, why did you do that? So there are other ways to manage your anger. Yeah, what happened sucks. It really sucks. Rational thought, taking deep breaths, taking a break, going for a walk. Things like that will help in a heated situation, because you're in a fight or flight situation. Something perplexing just happened. Months of your work were deleted, just out of the blue, and it was not even your fault. That can make someone go insane. And I've experienced it with this game. I've literally gone insane for this game, and people thought that I was an asshole. I'm like, bro, I'm just reacting to something bad that happened. Or when a lot of people in this community decided to give me death threats because I was making experimental tracks in the editor, and I was making things that were not supposed to be done in the editor. I'm like, just praise me. Giving me death threats is just going to make it worse. It's going to make the game a worser colossal failure on top of the colossal failure there actually is. So that's why I have so much resentment, or so much hate for every time I use this editor, because those memories come up. Those bad memories come up when the community viciously attacked me, even though they didn't know the whole story. This is why you should never jump on the bandwagon of something if you don't know the whole story, because you're just going to make the situation worse, and then you're going to make yourself look bad at the same time. Because people who are not involved in this community, or people who just don't care, are going to look from the outside and be like, look at these two idiots. They're just complaining over a video game. My friends looked at the situation and be like, bruh, really? You're getting upset over stupidity. And that's one of the reasons why I deleted all those videos, because they were just nonsense. What I should have done is I should have made a video like this, explaining the situation, explaining why giving death threats is bad, but I didn't do that. I just did the same thing the trolls were doing to me. And you never win in that situation. It's almost like the school shooting situation. I like to bring up this analogy a lot because I think it's a fair point. A guy gets bullied in school severely. So the bully has the victim has an option. He can shoot up the whole school and kill everybody, or he can seek help, reconciliation, and change his life, or probably do a lawsuit against the school or something like that. In most cases, rage will take us over, and we'll do something stupid. Right? So, obviously online, this was just exchanging bad words. That was nothing. You know what I mean? Even though I hurt people's feelings, they hurt my feelings. At the end of the day, they're just words. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words will never hurt me. A lot of people don't like to use that reference, but that's reality. So, in a way, the bullies were killed, but then ultimately the guy will still go to jail because he tried to shoot up the whole school. Like the I would probably call it like a paradox or something, but I'm not sure. It's just like I like bringing up the school shooting scenario because shooting up the school won't solve your problems. It will just make them worse. But in a sense, the victim would be like, "Oh man, I just killed my abusers. I feel so good." It might feel good temporarily, but after you kind of feel bad. Oh shit, I just killed my abusers. What the fuck have I done? Now I have to spend the rest of my life in prison. That's why you always should. I feel like there should be examples like this online to tell people this is what happens before you do it. Think through before you do it. It's just things like that are not being presented, and that's the reason why you have school shootings, why you have all these fights and wars in the world, because people don't learn until they actually do the atrocity, and then they learn. But by that time, it's too late. The school shooter probably did learn his lesson, and he probably is truly sorry, but he just killed a bunch of people. I know it sounds like a bit an extreme scenario between words, but that's the only thing that I can say between rage. I know this video's out of context because I'm making something, but that's the best thing you can solve is don't be angry and always fix your programs, because let's say let's say one scenario. I hope it didn't happen. Let's say somebody was making a Trials Rising track. Let's just say he wasn't as experienced as me, and he was just let's just say the track was better than mine's, better than everybody. It was just like the best track ever made. It was going to be the best track ever made. It was like a 20-minute long Ninja level 8, and he coded it in a way where he can make a Ninja level 1, 2, 3, and 4. He also made a first-person flying mechanic or something like that. So a really good track. And then one day, his track got corrupted. He lost his fucking mind. He broke everything in his room. He owned a gun. He was a gun license owner. He went outside and started going on a shooting spree and killing everybody. Ultimately led to his death. Do you see the problem? So, this is why you have to test out your programs. Because scenarios like that can happen. I know this is a bit extreme, but from a marketing standpoint of view, you cannot have games that are this broken and skip all the safety and quality measurements before it's shipped in the real world. Just like vaccines, just like anything in life, if they are not tested properly and they don't follow the safety precautions, if they don't follow the quality management control they deserve, chances are it's going to be a fucking disaster when you ship it out into the real world. That's just basic fact. With anything, it doesn't matter what it is, drugs, anything you distribute has to be tested properly. Quality control matters. And some people, they know this, but most people, they do not. It's all about the hype. It's all about the adrenaline. It's all about all of this stuff. And then you ruin someone's life. Like, my life wasn't really ruined. I just learned that, wow, this is... I'm glad that I actually learned. I'm glad that my maps got deleted because it taught me a life lesson. That in this life, things are temporary and things will break and things will be corrupted and things will piss you off. You just gotta learn how to deal with it. As much as it sucks. Learning how to deal with it, learning to smile, learning to just move past it. It makes you a better person at the end of the day. But at the end of the day, it still matters. It still matters that products are well developed, and things like this cannot happen again. Because if they keep on happening, I already told myself if the next Trials game comes out, I'm not going to be using this program because it's bad, and I lose trust in the developers. So that's gonna be it. I'm gonna go use the washroom, and I'll be back. Oh man, that. Dude, even better, dude. Look at me. Why can I spell glitch? Damn, it's crazy. Because this is the map that was ultra laggy on the Xbox One. Maybe the AI in the Matrix sensed something tilting and gave this map negative 5.8 million dislikes. If you really think about it, it says 58 million 58,058,944 dislikes. Damn. Doesn't make any sense. There's only 231 downloads. The map looks good too. You know? People think that I'm lying when this game sucks. I got so much proof, man. So much proof. These glitches are so frequent. It's gonna be like a really weird stream to watch. Because I'm building this in the middle of, I'm just taking a break and looking at the inconsistencies of Trials. Oh, and this is the map that I lost. That I was making a Zelda map. I still have the boat, and but I lost the menus. I guess I can look at the menus again. And yeah, this is the Metroid map that I was doing. Was just this a screenshot? Okay. Go down memory lane and see what's up. There's like a loop on that soundtrack. I made this soundtrack, by the way. All the stuff that I'm listening to, I own the property. Gotta watch this. No, I'm horrible. Was this me playing? I think the reason why I recorded this is because it was cool, but there was also a delay when you swing the bat. I hit a home run though somehow. Home run. I'm Winnie the Pooh at a checkpoint as a baseball. As a Pikachu. I have to send that one to Destiny, maybe. This one's classic. Look. I'm just spamming Philadelphia now. Yeah, this was done on Trials too. The interface is the same. I'll look at it again. Yeah, he has a script on the guy looking at the ball. He looks at the ball. This is based on a script. He always looks at the ball, which is really cool. Right now he's looking at the camera and there's a transition back to the ball. Even has like Japanese subtitles or something like that. I like when people make stuff like that in the editor. That's the thing that I like the most. Oh, I already did this map, right? Yeah, this is a really cool map that me and Swan did. Really nice on Halo 5. This is pretty badass. I really like that Halo build. People said it was trash. I mean, the game's trash. Is that what it is, dude? S rank. Yeah, that was the map that I lost in Trials Fusion. That one right there. It was a data corruption glitch, and then I lost all my maps. Actually, all my maps were gone from that data corruption glitch. Everything was wiped clean. Yeah, that was bad. I think that was the last time I stopped using Trials Fusion after that. But that was on the original Xbox One. I think that could have been on the Xbox 360. Yeah. Bunch of world records. Oh. That track was really good too. This is all Trials Fusion though. Destiny 2 had some pretty gigantic set pieces. Really good. I don't think you can probably try to do that in Trials Rising, but I don't think so. Oh yeah, this map got deleted too. But the original one got deleted. I had to remake it again. That's how the original game was. It was a bit different with the UI menu. You couldn't really hide the buttons, I don't think. It was still pretty good. I mean, I still made a lot of cool things. But looking back now, it's pretty primitive. Yeah, that is nothing compared to the stuff that I do now, scripting wise. This is a map where I got a death threat because they're bad, they can't beat the map. That's crazy how it goes from here to this fine tune. That's the end of memory lane right there. Why is it... Maybe these are not angled properly. They are. Maybe they're, no, they're not. Yeah, they're angled slightly different. Yeah. How the hell does that make sense? What? Why? Why does that... Why are you resetting your position, man? Another bug in the editor. Man, it just keeps getting worse. Imagine using a tool to select, to group a bunch of items together, you know what I mean? You just select group. Okay, it's not happening now. Gonna probably have to do this again though. And when I get everything established, I'll copy. No, I mean, I can just copy and paste it right now. This will only work once. What does that do? Why is there an event there? Oh, I know what that does. We don't need that. Didn't I copy a door? Or we didn't? It looks like mud or something. Mud on the floor. You there? Hello? I can hear you. I'm just making a map. I sent you a bunch of glitched stats in this game. Quality. Why so many? It's a glitch. There's no. It's the AI of trials that foresee the future. I have no idea. It's a lot of this, like, so yeah, it's complete fake. It's just one of those glitches in this game that don't make any sense. You got sick? Why? Damn. I had a little bit of a rant in this game today. It was not a big rant, it was just how certain things could be better versus and I even did some experimentations and stuff with the editor. And I'm just making that map, that's all. Yes, I'm making that map, yeah. I like the way you described it though. I bet you that's how they got the idea for that map. That's not okay. So why did I do 60 degrees? That should be 90 degrees. Yeah, you got a word there. I'm going to make this 3 seconds. This animation is going to be 3 seconds as well. Oh yeah, in the end, we forgot to copy the rolling ball. The rolling ball is already made. I'm just going to copy the whole animation from one side to the next. I also made a spider boss as well after the Indiana Jones ball. That was at the very start of the level, actually. That and then we got to do the elevator, and then we got to do a puzzle. I'm gonna make the puzzle easy on people when they make this map. The puzzle is gonna be unfailable. It's just gonna be an animation based on you being beside the animation, mimicking that you're pushing the object even though you're not. That was in the very beginning. The rotating objects. We'll just put it here. Just like that. And this will simulate a dust effect. Well, that's not good, is it? So it looks like it's not perfectly still. So we gotta do 100 degrees. There's something not right. I don't get it. I don't get it. So it's not, it's on an angle. I don't know why. So I'm gonna say 92 degrees. Because it's trials, you know. Okay, it's getting a little bit better. 93 degrees. That should be better. It's perfect. Now we just have to adjust. So our thing is not good here. So we can't even do this. Okay, so the beams, redirect the beams. Okay, we gotta get the beams. Beams. Yeah, when I went to the gym one time, I worked out too hard as well, where my ears started to pop and stuff. I don't know if that happened to you. This thing's not even straight. What the hell? This thing is not even straight. I guess it's getting there. Indiana Jones ball is there now. Well, this one's gonna kill you if you're not careful. We gotta test out the Indiana Jones ball. So after we complete this, there's going to be a pause of 0.1 second, 0.4 seconds. Actually, no. After we complete it, there's going to be immediate activation of that. No, I forgot. Indiana Jones ball will not work. It follows the Indiana Jones ball. No, it doesn't. I guess we gotta put the Indiana Jones ball there because it won't. So we gotta match this ball with the Indiana Jones ball. Because it's not actually rolling, it's a trick. And we can actually even change the orientation. So the invisible sphere is just going to be the animation point, and we can guide it towards our destination. Okay, it's going to go that way. I'm guessing this is going to go backwards. Yep, okay. We need the animation to go -20. Maybe we have to change the rotation aspect. The rotation has to be -360. secure that value. Okay, so animation takes. The animation is going to take 3 seconds. In 3 seconds, the animation sound will sound. Well, what's going to be hidden? Nothing. Effect on. I guess we can go back to the Indiana Jones boulder. Baldur's Gate 3. Let's see. Can I select this? Why can't I select this? You have one selection zone and another selection zone. Yeah, it really does, right? Okay, after the animation's over, we have to turn off the animation. I don't think we did that in the previous boulder, actually. Where's the other boulder? Oh, this is the boulder, right? No. offs. We need think 227. Oh, that's not good. This thing right here. What the hell is going on? That's not good at all. On TikTok, only those videos exist. And people's like, oh, what? You have a TikTok? There are so many people that I even know who are so famous on TikTok, and they just do the most strangest things, and I'm like, how? I guess I'm living in a different timeline or something, you know? I just don't understand the way anymore. I'll check it out later. I can't do it on stream because YouTube's fucking will copyright me. Yeah, if there's music playing in that game and YouTube doesn't like it, apparently. Twitch is fine, but YouTube? Yeah, I don't mess around with YouTube anymore. After that kill switch engaged copyright strike, I don't, you know what I'm saying? I got copyrighted for a copyright sound, so... No. I mean, I got copyrighted for a pocket knife sound. And a guy saying that he wanted to take me to court. I'm like, go ahead. And then he just retracted it immediately. You said we're gonna get rid of the collision. Alright, I don't think we need to do that for this one. No, we're not doing that, right? We're not getting rid of the collision, right? No. Collision, what is, no, that's not collision. We're just physics type, yeah, we don't want to do that. All we want to do is just say off to that trigger. And we should be doing the same thing with this. I hope we're doing the same thing here. No, we're not. Our boulder is bigger than the cave itself. Let's say this boulder is gonna take 4 seconds to get there. Okay, we're actually going to make it a little bit easier on the player. The boulder is going to take 5 seconds to roll. We gotta grab one out of these. What do you listen to? Yeah. Does he have a mustache? I don't like this. What it is turning out to be. I gotta create something else. We didn't clear it yet. Did we? I'm so confused right now. And the thing in the middle is I have to put something defiant there. do that. I'm still here. Okay, so nothing's gonna move on its own. Dude, I just want to select this. It's probably just going to be a candle. Alright. I wonder if this works for... No, it's not going to work, I don't think. We get rid of the name tags. Will the effect go away? Yeah, it will. Again, as I said in the beginning of this video, I think there should have been a tag thing. We get rid of our braziers, actually. Yeah, I think we did. That sucks. We were gonna need the braziers. Oh boy. What? It's a glue group, right? Let's say 40, maybe 37. Okay, maybe let's just not do that. Let's do 2 and then -1. Maybe let's do 4, -3. Sound maybe. Dude, it's really hard to tell what this effect is. Yeah, what effects? There should be at least a little bit of an indicator what the center point should be. Instead of just guessing. That would be sometimes. What? No, I said that's how it be sometimes. Hey, Lauren. Imagine the color switching, but it has nothing to do. Oh, it's crazy to me. We'll just have to recolor it for the texture. Wall lights. We want the lights to be off, right? Okay. And we want them to be disabled. We want them to share. Let's make my own custom object. And then there's a brazier. And we have that. I'll just have to curve it. I don't know how am I gonna curve it. If this was a modeler, I could just draw a line and curve it. Not really draw a line, but like model it the way I want to. But this ain't the same, so we got with that. God with that. I don't really like the way this is looking. Maybe I'm gonna put something in the bottom here just to fill in if it's auto-centered or not. I have to do this all manually. You know, magnets would have been nice. I think we're going to select those two decal characters. And I think there's just going to be a random thing on the wall. Let me just throw anything on that wall. It's a little long. I'm gonna have to scratch that actually. He was pissing you off or no? He was pissing you off. I love how decals don't work on these type of textures. I don't understand the colors in this game. It's the same like that one's golden. I wanted this one to be golden, but I guess I can't do that. Yeah, I think this texture is undecalable. Textures on here don't work. Not as effective. That's another problem with the editor. I wonder if I can make something. I'll just do it that way then. Whatever. It's alright, I guess. That one looks better on Resident Evil, but unfortunately I don't have the right tools for this, apparently. Wish there was a slower option. In Halo you have a slower option. A slower option to move objects into position. Okay, do you see that? You see how I just switched to the color? That's the color that appears there. It's like a bronzy. That's what I wanted to do, and I think the reason why, because this has a reflector, and this object that I selected has no reflectors. That's the problem. I almost feel like I want to swap out these objects because we have a broken, really broken thing here. Like I can use, can I use this? It's gonna be the same thing, no? I'll only use it if it works. It just works. So there's like a bronzy like effect here. I mean, it's already a lot better than the actual other one. There's actually a little bronzy effect now. So we're gonna take out all the wall lights then. Those are all gone. Okay. And we're gonna select the basic lights. And we're going to go into the light settings, turn it off, range 0, cutoff 0, disabled. Is this auto-centered? I feel like this is not autos. Yeah, it is. Maybe it is. It looks like it is. We have to. Which is even better, we can select the top one, top color. I'm just making some braziers. Let's not touch the altitude, please. Just move the position. I do. Making straight up Indiana Jones now. I got the fire and everything. I'm trying to make the fire a little bit more realistic than the GameCube version because I think that was just a random light, point light that was put in there. I want the fire to match the color because it is fire, and fire is orangey red. So. Soundtrack for the longest time. I gotta create something here. So we don't have a statue in this game. We gotta use a pre-made statue that I made. I'm playing one that already sucks. Where's my statue? There it is. It was in the first category. Okay, so we can grab this statue, just move it into position. Um, in Rocket League or Call of Duty? He's a butt clapper. Is he here? Where was the bolt? It's probably here, right? There is a bolt here. Yeah, there it is. Love this game. Increase my so we got the size already. I'm gonna have to disable this so I can select. Oh, wait a minute. Just we're gonna have to glue them all together. Okay, well, we're gonna have to say members. No, just Maybe I can just bring it back to white. There's gonna be a platform there. Really rusty decal textured. I wonder if I have anything like that. I do. We can just use riders of the rust lens. Let's see this. It's something. Okay, so now we gotta do something complicated now. Okay, why don't we just this is gonna be position valued anyway. I'm gonna move the value here. We're gonna put a little trigger zone right there that follows the coordinates of all time. This is just for the crank animation, that's it. Yeah, the crank animation for, and this animation is going to be just to move this, which is not going to be physics based. Okay, so just going to do a set of animations. The set of animations are going to be for the statue, because I don't want people to... I mean, I could make it to where it's physics only, but I'm not going to do that. Let's just say I don't trust this program for that sort, for when it comes to physics. It'll be like Marble It Up Ultra. So hopefully we don't have to use other values. So these ones are going to be super simple. Okay, so that's just going to be a simple value. And we got to say audio. Audio, maybe that's gonna be maybe 2. On leave. PC crashed. Are you playing Halo Infinite? Was your settings where you're doing too many things at one time? I'm sidetracked. I'm bamboozled. I don't know where to go. Alright, so that contraption will work on its own. This is just for the trigger zone field. Okay, maybe we should do 1. There we go, but much better. Okay. Okay, on leave, off. We were going to be using an event that drags something from. Okay, so we gotta do that, and we gotta create multiple states, actually. Now, do we have to get multiple states? I don't... This is gonna be a complicated animation. So we're gonna have to create some sort of timeline here. No, do we have to do that? Okay, we have to have this for sure. This is how we're gonna test it. We're gonna have a bunch of generic values based off the animation position value. We have to target the statue first, or it's not going to work. And then we'll just think it's position X. We'll put it at 5. Well, position X is up and down. That's supposed to be position Y. Let's say position Y. It's position Z. Position Z backwards. Let's say we want it to be 3 seconds. Position Z -5. I think that's moving a little too fast. Let's say 5 seconds. Position Z. This is supposed to be a heavy object. A little much better. Okay, so I would probably say -4. So we have to do one of these events. We have to precisely select the animation value to -3.60 maybe. I think that's position. Okay, well, it's better than nothing. Oh yeah, and we got a mistake because, oh boy, alright. This ain't good, because the value is going to switch based on the position of the object. It's going to do rotations, right? So we're going to have to do auto center, pivot, increase the value of the actually not, we won't do that. Okay, we're just gonna have to apply joints to each 4 of the corners. Okay. Based on the value of this coordinate, this is where it starts to get a little bit more complicated now. Nope, we're not sharing that value. We want to see when that value reaches 3.60. And since this cannot do decimals, I don't know why, even though there's a decimal there, we have to have something that does decimals. So when the animation reaches 0.60, an event on true will happen. It will turn off the set event, and it will turn on another animation. It will turn off the set event. The sound effect, I mean, because we won't be able to use it again. It's going to turn off the trigger zone. We don't need the trigger zone anymore, because the animation won't work. It's going to be a stationary object. When this thing moves, that thing's going to move. So now we got to test out the animation for this. So this is going to be deleted. We're going to test out this. Okay, and the animation will be here, position X, 5. Alright, let's test it out. So -3. No. Let's just do... it's this one is on, right? No, it's not. -1? Wow, we really have to copy that object. Okay, I'm just going to take it and multiply it. Okay, that should be fine. We can put it back into its original position. Wait, that's a little too slow. People don't have all day to wait for that. That's just the speed of the rotations on an infinite loop, so that thing's going to be rolling. Okay, so I wonder what the issue is. It's definitely going to be the impulse, which is still set to 6 seconds. That's going to be 5 seconds. Impulse is going to be 5 seconds. Why do we need this? We don't need this, and we don't need that. Off, 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 on. Okay, so that's going to be sure the same value, right? Position X, -1. That should be position X, +1, right? Because we're going the opposite direction. Or maybe no. +0 and then -1 start. Yeah, because it starts at -1, goes back to 0. This one's at starts at 0, ends at -1. This one's starts at -1 and goes back to 0. Super simple. Not really. We have to create our event there. So this is going to turn on this event. I don't know. I'm going to just guess this is this. I don't know. I'm just going to test it. Nope. We start levitating in the air. So we undo that step. Let's see. let's see. This value here. Let's just ignore this value. We'll probably have to do it again anyway, so let's see. Let's just say that turn on this. No. Position X. Position Y. Okay, that's good. Position Z, position Y. Position Y. Position Z. We're going to start at -1 and go to 0. No. You don't do that. We don't do any of that. That one controls the animation that way. Okay. So we know that. We don't need to do that anymore. Right, now we just work on. We already patched that. Okay, so that all works fine. I think we're gonna need another one of these now. No, I don't think we're gonna need one of these. Maybe we're gonna need another one of these actually. Do another script here and say so we don't want that position. Now we gotta like calculate this in our minds here. Okay, so we're gonna push it this way. So we're gonna have to grab a few joins. Why do these have physics? I'm gonna turn them off just in case. I'm just going to have multiple joints just in case. Oh, well, why can't we select? Is that amazing? understand this game sometimes. So after this animation here, this is gonna work. Okay, or the trigger's gonna work, I mean. Now we're gonna grab another. I'm probably gonna grab one of these so we have precise animation control. So we're just gonna have to test the parameters here. We're not even gonna play around with this value because we don't need to play around with it anymore. We just gotta test the positions now. Okay, so we're gonna wanna push it position Y. See, the terrible thing is we're not gonna be able to know anything. Oh boy. Because it was originally at a position, so we don't know the position values. We can only assume the position values. So we're going to have to create a chain link of position values. Yeah, which is kind of annoying. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to know the position values. Okay, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create a testing value chain link. We're going to first start with this one, and then the chain link will carry on. This is not even working. Now we're just going to chain link everything. Meaning that we know it's going to do the value, but we're going to chain link that. And we're going to chain link this. And then we're going to say this turns on as well. Now we test it to see what happens. Okay, so there was already a problem. What is causing that? This is what's causing it. So we start at 0 and we probably go -1 then, right? No, this one's -1, right? So let's just go +1? Question mark? Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we're going to say that this animation will be at maybe 250. And we just have to follow the timeline, because it won't make sense right now because of the how many position values the object has to take before taking the next position. We're gonna say 2 then. And we just gotta keep testing it. See? Now we just continue the columns of script. Okay, so in -2, we're going to activate another animation. And that one's probably going to be position Z. Just going to see what's going on here. Okay, so I don't know what that position is actually. So, just did that to see what's up. I'm probably gonna guess it's 1.50. There, they're 1.50. I got it. So we're going to rotate it 180 degrees. Because I don't want to keep doing this animation over and over again. In the original game, you have to push the statue, put it onto the thing, then push it back, then push it on again, because it rotates every 30 degrees or something like that. And it's kind of tedious. I'm just going to do it once in this one. So, by the animation value of this animation value, when we reach the value of 1.50, a new value will be selected. So we're going to turn off that, I guess. Right. Wait. We are doing something wrong. Okay, wait a minute. Joint. Okay, so we're turning that on, but in truth, the player is going to have to push this. So we're going to make another one of these. Another one of these. We're going to push the value here. We're going to go ahead and do another one of these. Follow the chain link. We're going to select our new value target, which is going to be this. And then we're going to select group. So negative 150. We're going to do. We're just gonna copy one of these. So there's going to be a major problem already. Let's just say center mass. Center mass. Okay, center mass. Center mass. Okay, so We're gonna have to make a new dummy object. Doesn't even have to be orientated, but we'll just orientate it, put it here. We'll even do okay, so our previous one was so we're gonna turn it 180 degrees. And we're gonna have another animation for the dial button on the bottom. Okay, so we're going to have to turn both these on because we don't know the values. This. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I'm here. You there? 180. I'm doing something very complicated. Very, very, very complicated. It's not complicated, it's just time consuming. I'm going to base the animation off the rotation of this object. Turn off this and turn off that. Not going to turn off that. See, these are the problems now we have to face. Still working in the same directions. I think we're gonna have to move this value. I think we're gonna have to move this value. And then this value is going to move the other one because this one moves by itself. As we come in contact with that. Okay, so now we got to move to the right and then straight ahead, right? Rotation to the right. And then back. Okay, so we gotta figure out which one is which now. So we gotta move this one. Gotta move that one. That one's gonna be off. I'm guessing these are all off, right? This is going to turn on that trigger. This is going to turn off that trigger. Okay, so we don't know what the new value is going to be. We don't even know what the position is going to be. Or is our trigger off? Yes. We're just gonna base the calculation off the first position value. It's the wrong value. The wrong value. That's the right value. Okay, so I think we just got to do this one more time. Gotta say this. We gotta unselect these, by the way. Okay. The next position value is going to be the final one. Position value is going to be calculated off here. Now the next position value, we don't know which one it is. It's going to be one on the front. So we gotta follow the line. I don't know what position this is gonna be. Just gonna test it out. Wrong position. Position Z. Is that position? I don't know which one it is though. Okay, and so when we're done with that event, shut the whole thing off. We're gonna be done with that event, and then a new animation is gonna happen. But that's gonna be controlled from something else. We're gonna see what that new animation is gonna be like. It's still on, right? It's the wrong animation. Position X. I'm guessing this is wrong too. Position Y. Okay, that's perfect. Just do... let's see what one has to offer. It's too much. Huh? What am I doing? Am I doing that less? No, I should be doing that more. 3 seconds. Seconds. But we cannot turn that off yet. Why am I? Oh. Oh, the whole thing. Now we gotta fix this animation. Coincides with the other animation, and then we gotta test it out. Isn't that gonna be fun? Oh, okay, because we flipped around. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna say maybe it's 3 to -3. Could be wrong though. Okay, so it's negative. Okay. Okay, so no. Okay, so Rocket Lego. Well, we're getting closer. I'm gonna say negative 4.30, maybe 1.60. Negative 50. Then we also have the so that's gonna be 155, 155, 75, 475. So we're gonna say and there you go. That's what I wanted to do. It seems like it's a lot more work, but it's better that way. Meaning that people don't have to come back in the room and reset the statue because they didn't turn it correctly. Yeah, I mean, the turning would be fine. It was just physics-based, kind of annoying. Okay, let's see our... Oh, that ain't good. Okay, so we changed the... So we can have a perfect spin. Now we gotta decrease the value. Maybe to 0.60. There is no door here? Really? Oh. Jeez. Okay. We got something to work out here. That ain't good. We're just gonna have to move that into position. Where is it? Okay, so judging by the scale, we kind of messed up the scale, but we can drop it by a little. Why is it doing this? It's just this already. I don't like the scale. Scale's a little bit better. We're gonna have to put custom collisions there. No. Are you kidding me? We got stuck. Amazing. So after we do the rotations, it's this one. Stone 1. I feel like I'm not gonna touch this boulder again. Or this rotating thing. On a glitch already. Is this not activating? Why is it that one active? Probably the biggest idiot in the world for activating that one. It's not that one that we need to activate. I'm already running out of time here. Well, it's taking a long time to do. Why is it doing this? I don't understand. What's causing this? You see this right? We're gonna see what's causing it. I don't understand what's causing this. This supposed to be triggered by... I don't understand. This one is this one, right? No. This one is this one, right? Second one. It's not the second one. It's not the second one. That is the second one. Oh, dude. See if this is the right one or not. It's the right one. I don't understand these. Okay, so we're done with... Nice. Okay, I don't understand. Isn't there supposed to be a thing here? Bro, this game, dude, is something else. I don't understand. I don't understand. At all. I almost feel like I wanna... Oh boy, dude. I'm gonna reassign all of these because I feel like they're broken. We positioned these all wrong. Okay, let's start with this one. This one is the one behind, obviously, right? So the one behind is going to activate, obviously, this one. This is the one over here. One over here. This one. Right? Unless this is completely wrong, unless I fucked this up. I think I did fuck it up. No, I didn't fuck it up. Because it was moving. It was moving. It was moving. If I reassign the wrong movement, it wouldn't move at all. We'll see. You see? We assigned it wrong. Okay. Now, this one is going to be the one on the front, right? This one. So the one on the front, we're gonna rotate it 180 degrees. The one on the left. The one on the left. The one on the back. The one on the back is going to get the one on the back. Gonna be the front. Oh boy, that one is not working. Now they're working. We need a sound effect here. This doesn't make any sense without a sound effect. I think we're better now. You just gotta test everything, or else everything doesn't work. A lot of games companies don't do that. Laziness. Well, I finally did my complicated animation string or whatever. So many different combinations. I'm not done yet. We still got to do the graphics still. So we did the graphics for that room. The lighting in that room's already done. Now we got to do the lighting for the rest of the tunnel and then add some details. The boulder's bigger than the tunnel, but it's trials. I don't really care. You know? Nah, it's gonna be too easy. If you do die, there's already a respawn point. Because that's if the player saves. So the players have an option in the beginning of my map. They can save, or they cannot save. If they don't save, they have to start all over again. If they save, they have checkpoints. And if they don't know how to save, well, that's too bad. Saving is pretty easy. You just walk up to something and you hip bash it with your hips. Like, I make it super simple to do things. Like, you just literally touch things and they automatically trigger. You don't have to press A. But the combination lock in the level, you have to press A. And then unpress A. Press A and then press A again. Press A and press A again, and I think to select items it's pressing A again and then moving the left stick as you're pressing A. I don't know how easy I can make it. Okay, so we're going to, there is something here that I needed to grab. It's this, right? Yeah, this is the shaft key. Yeah. The shaft key, right? Or am I wrong? No, it's not. I don't have to grab this. Oh, don't grab this. It's a shaft key. This is just a... This is for my UI menu. Super confused now. Oh, we're looking at this backwards, okay. So it doesn't matter what I pick up or what I don't pick up. This is when you have the item. This is when you have both items. And this is the item I'm looking for. This one right here. This script right here is what I'm looking for. Okay. So I didn't do anything there. So visible, hidden. So what are we going to do? So we're gonna pick up the shaft key. So that was the cylinder you picked up. I'm just gonna make the shaft key. Oh. I think that this is working. Excuse me? What is going on? Are we working, game? Did we break? I gotta love this game. Okay. There's a glitch here. There's nothing I can do about that one. I need to do that. I'm gonna do the complicated part and start again. See if the elevator works. Okay, let's start from here. We're gonna start from. Meters that doesn't have a doorknob. What does? Okay. Um, something else doesn't work. Okay. Oh, that's why. We did something wrong. Okay. Well, just gonna have to test it out from here. Everything else works, which is good. Now we gotta test out the elevator. Hours. Stream key doesn't show. Okay, that's good. So at least they don't show the stream key. Okay, so we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to test out this elevator now. Bomb collision elevator. Bomb collision elevator. I don't think it starts at 120. I think it's -120, right? This one is starting at 0, -120. Right, I don't know. 0 to +120. Okay, let's say we already accumulated number 2 value. Let's say off for that. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say that. Let's see, this one done. Okay. is. It's shot in Spanish, eh? Gonna play Rocket League with Philadelphia? Okay, so we got the value. Okay, so the combination lock after the equation's been done. Boom. Okay, why doesn't it make sense? I did it. Oh, because we're doing the wrong one. No fucking wonder, okay. That's if the value fails. Script. This is if the value succeeds. Script. Okay. Okay. Okay, so 5 seconds. Okay, so we got that. Test the elevator thing. So no, I'm pretty tired. Been up all day. Just it's been heat all over the place now. Okay. Okay. Well, they're devs, right? But I want. I don't. No, I'm making a really difficult map. Seriously playing Rocket League? How'd I do? Nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'm fighting my spider boss that I made. It's gonna take a millennia to kill that guy with a knife. I'm here, eh? How much? $5,000 is enough to what? Trip? Yes. $15,000. What do you mean? Be a BRB, you could say. No, I'm going to take out my air conditioner water.
Like stuff like that. Yes, you have to clear and save something. Down pinches. Apparently I didn't hit the ball hard enough.
Took them phones. Full of love.
I tried it.
What a decent shot. I've seen worse.
Fuck, man. Yeah, that's going in. That was my fault. I shouldn't have air dribbled like that. That was a bad setup. I tried it. When I seen it roll off the wall, I was like, fuck. Should have stayed back. As soon as I seen the ball fuck up right there, I should have just gave it up and rotated back. I'd have saved another one.
Yes, I know. So hot, my nigga.
Hmm. I don't
Hey, yo, what the fuck happened? I'm banned for 10 minutes. Insane. Insane.
do? Do? My AC's back on again. Now we're gonna switch screens now. We're gonna switch screens with a horrible in the background. What are you doing? I mean, you can't even see your character. What? Maybe they fixed it. Hey, we got a donut. Wait a minute. Isn't there like light going outside here, or no? That was just reflection. So right here we didn't do double doors, we just did one door. Which is fine, I guess. I didn't have room to put a double door. Yeah, we're gonna do the elevator now. Lean to. Hey. Out. Out. it's raining and there's lightning, so that's something. Now I gotta equivalate this thing. Maybe I can finish this elevator system. Programming an elevator, right? Mm-hmm. A little bit. to the end. It's pretty soon here, yeah. Too bad. I've been up for 11 hours, eh? Sorry to hear that. Only 35? You said 35 pounds? Oh, 385. Okay. Okay. Oh, what happened? Oh, okay. No, I didn't get circumcised when I was little. So is that so what is the risk if you don't get circumcised? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I think the only well, I gotta mute my The elevator is done. So tomorrow I'm going to patch the do the lighting, finish the decoration in this tunnel here, and I'll do the rest of the areas. So I'm going to The problem is with this level, there's an indestructible enemy that's going to kind of impale me here. Just, I have to copy it from a different perspective. So tomorrow, I already did the elevator, so I did all the scripting, and that already took 11 hours and 30 minutes. Well, at least on Mobius, it's probably like close to 11 hours, maybe. I did all the scripting. So is there more scripting, you're asking? Yes, there is more scripting, but I think all the complex scripting is done. So we're gonna do the B2 level of the mines. So it goes from there. The B2 level of the mines is it's pretty cool. Guess we're gonna do a final test here. This map's looking like something, isn't it? So the lift system is pretty much done. Maybe a bunch of stuff. Boulders, the Indiana Jones boulders. It's gonna be the spider web room. Fight the big boss. There's a good chance that almost nobody will beat this map, except Blaze, I would say. This map's gonna be a bit tougher though. This map is gonna be a bit tougher. Okay. I'm just gonna move my game character now. Move him here. Whenever I do this again, I'm going to be testing this area, because I'm not done this area. When it comes to doors, there's gonna be, I think there's only gonna be 3 more doors. That's it. The level's almost done, actually. There's gonna be 3 more doors, and that's it. There's gonna be 1 ladder climbing thing. Yeah, 1 ladder climb. Super easy. I already have the script for it. And yeah, that's about it. There's going to be a kind of a complicated moving box animation coming up, but it's going to be pretty easy. I'm going to do a bunch of tricks. And if it gets too difficult, I can always cheat it, right? There's going to be a different type of animation there. And that's about it. If we run out of space, we're probably not going to include a zombie. Yeah. I'm gonna have to put before I patch it out, I'm gonna have to put an invisible wall here. Yeah, that boulder will kill you. The first boulder, I made it so it just injures you kind of badly. But the second boulder, yeah, you're gonna die if you don't get out of the way. And it's pretty easy too. You can go this way, or you can even crank it and go back. Right, so super easy. If you touch that boulder, you die. think my favorite room has to be this room right here already. I like the flame torches, really nice. Okay, I'm gonna have to save that as a asset though. These flame torches. Probably group 1. Flame vortex. We're good. We can save now. There's a lot of scripting now. That's for sure. So I'll do that next time. I did a lot today. I did a lot today. So I did elevator system. I did an elevator system, two-way elevator system. I did the puzzle area. I did the boulder. Well, I mean, the boulder was already made. Yeah. Did a lot of stuff today. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Much done. I'll do the rest tomorrow. Tomorrow is just, it's going to be more of a casual stream. I would say just more of me doing graphics, just lighting graphics. I may do an animation tomorrow. Who knows? But I know there's going to be one more little. It's not even going to be a complex animation. It's just going to be another animation. So, a few animations to go. And that's about it, really. I think I can complete this level. Because we're going to have, like, where the elevator is, there's a huge section down there. And there's going to be actually 2 ladders. There's going to be a ladder down, a big ladder climb, and on a short ladder climb. And then there's going to be another ladder, but we're not going to climb that one. That's where the map's going to end. Yeah. Right beside the ladder. So yeah, it's going to be, I would say there's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 more rooms. 4 more little tunnel passageways. Yeah, so there's going to be a kind of a big open area with a waterfall. There's going to be like a small cavern area. There's going to be a tiny little room that connects with the waterfall tunnel. And then there's going to be a small little ritual chamber or whatever. That's going to have like a submerged section where you go inside the water, and then yeah, pretty much it. And you arrive at this underground cave bedroom area, which is kind of awkward. And then that's it. Just a bunch of candles there, and yeah, and then that's gonna be go up the ladder, and then I'm gonna finish the map. And that's the mine section from Resident Evil 1. Yeah, and then the finale level, I'm gonna be finishing it on Twitch, is going to be the laboratory, the lab. I'm gonna be doing the lab, and then I'm done. That's the last Resident Evil map I'll ever do when it comes to Trials. I'm gonna do one final one, which is gonna be the mansion build, and only the mansion build. And that will be the mansion build in either Unreal or Unity. I'm gonna be doing all the models for them. I'm gonna be having fun with that build. And yeah, and then I'm gonna be finishing 3 more Metroid builds and a Wind Waker build, and a Super Mario Sunshine build, I would say. Yeah. Don't expect the Mario Sunshine build to be playing like Super Mario Sunshine. I think it's going to be very primitive. Yeah, probably like a run jump, and that's all you're going to get, really. Yeah. That's pretty much about it. Yeah. It got pretty complicated today a little bit. Not really. I knew what I was doing. I knew what I wanted to do. I did like the aquarium build, where I moved a bunch of boxes, and they were all animation based, just like this. This one was just more complicated, based on the it was like a timeline animation. I'm gonna have to end the stream before YouTube cuts me off here. But this was like a whole timeline animation here. It's based on a generic filter. Like, the generic filters work unless it's... If the animation's going too fast, the generic filter's not going to register. But yeah. So that's just like a chain link animation. It's a series of events that's going to happen. And then the same thing with the crank. That's just like the crank script, and then that's the boulder script. You know, I think the most complicated thing in the level has to be the spider AI script, I would say. But I think the hardest thing has to be the combination lock script. Right, where you have to punch in the numbers in a certain order. Right? And then the elevator script can be pretty complicated as well. I think the only thing complicated about it is the states. You gotta be smart to know when the off and the on is present. And the same thing with the combination lock. It's all about the off and ons. That's pretty much how I made it work. It was the states, right? Obviously the generic filters help a lot as well. Yeah. The easiest generic filter is this. If you want to start off, this is how you do it. Stuff like that. There's also a different way of doing it too. If you don't know how to do a generic filter, you can, if you wanted to have like 4 keys to open a door, you can just have 4 trigger points. And you just have to activate them all, I guess. And then you can unlock the main door or something like that. So there's like an alternate way of doing things, of course. And obviously, if physics was better in Trials, you can create a combination lock with physics, a physics contraption where you move around with the stick. I did that for a combination lock for one of my Resident Evil 0 maps, the laboratory. I just used a stick shift little thing, and I just used triggers like that. Super easy. I think that's the easiest way to do it. But then I also wanted to figure out how do I do it mathematically. And there's probably easier ways of doing it too, mathematically, right? But this is the way that I came up with. I think this way works 100%. So that's gonna be it for me. I don't know if I saved. I'll give it an extra save. But that's it. that is the end of my build. It's going to be the end of the stream. Sorry about the mic and the air conditioner, it's really hot. But next time I'll do lighting and finish the rest. I don't think we can finish the rest of the map next time. Maybe a few more streams. I'll finish it. But until then, bye-bye. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Kind of starving, and I mean, I did take a lot of breaks too. I think, yeah. Yeah, it's just, it's a lot of work. I think people have no idea how much work it actually is to make something. Right, so this is kind of going to be kind of like your realization how much work it takes to actually make a game, or just a level for a game. Just a level for a game. So a game will take even longer than that. And plus you have to model everything. Yeah, it's a lot of work. I'm kind of semi-modeling, you could say. Not really, but I'm kind of semi-modeling in a way. Because that's usually how modeling works. You know, you have to take primitive shapes, count the polys, and it's very similar to modeling, but modeling is obviously better, right? So because I'm pretty much taking primitive shapes and texturizing it and texturing and all that stuff, you know. So it's, in a way I'm doing it, but at the same time I'm not. It's like I'm taking other assets and I'm kind of like, it's more of a creative sense. It's different. A game designer will be, well, that's stupid. Well, in a way it is, but at the same time, that I'm using an editor, of course. So it's not really an engine. I am using an engine. It's more like a custom-made engine. You know, I think the best engines to use are the custom-made engines, right? So Naughty Dog probably has their own engine. Ubisoft has their own engine. All these different companies have their own engine, right? They're going to use Pro Tools and stuff like that based on their engine. So yeah, and then you have the pipeline. All the specifications are all set, so everything's fine, right? You know, obviously in Trials I had to create my own references and all this other stuff so I can get the scaling correctly. Usually you want to do it at the start so you don't mess up the level design. I kind of messed up the scaling in that one puzzle room, so but I was able to readjust it with the camera adjust. So that's it. So laters.